Good morning, everybody. We are back. Updates are in. Good morning, good morning. Sunshine, bright morning here in Denmark. Weather's looking up. The atmosphere is better. Mood is better. Hope everybody's doing great. Wonderful to see you. Coffee's warm. Computer's hot. What could go wrong? Another fantastic day. Fortunate enough to be able to game. What more could you want? So we're back, and we should probably be doing class quests and other stuff, I figure. Let's see. Go check it out and see what the quest is. Figure out when we want to do it. At least for now, the AV grind is over. AV is done, Frostwolf is exalted, and anything else in regards to rank, kinda expect that that it's gonna be on hold until Arathi comes out, honestly. Not gonna lie. I have my doubts as to whether or not I'm gonna pursue it more, but let's see. Let us see. I say even now, it feels better knowing that there's no. I don't feel the need to do it, at least. So if I want to do it, I can. But if I don't have to. The Hunter's Charm. Azshara. So we're going to Azshara. Octink. Octink. I haven't investigated yet what the extent of it is, like how much do you need to do, but let's see. I also haven't really come to conclusion about the item that I might pick if/when I actually finish it. So I figure, we can conclude that nothing is certain just yet in terms of that. But yeah. We're here, we're in the game. Still enjoying it. I think that's pretty much all that matters. So, yeah. Maybe you'll notice that I've been messing around with layout. Boys and their toys. Boys and their toys. Yep. All right. So I figure we can at least start the Azshara thing, right? See where it goes. I've got enough ammunition to last me for a while, so alrighty. So Azshara it is. Azshara. And let's see. I can look it up while flying, can't I? Let's see here. So, what happens? So, we gotta kill. We gotta start off by killing deer in Ashara that drop perfect antlers. Then we gotta kill wave thrashers. Then we gotta kill Morphaz. Morphaz is a drake in Sunken Temple. Okay. So there's at least one trip to Sunken Temple while we're here, but probably just means there's going to be a lot of people looking for groups today, right? So that at least should be fairly doable. I don't expect that there's anything else in Sunken Temple that's actually usable this time, but you know, maybe we can bring some guildies who are low level. See about getting them some stuff. Okay, Arctic. We don't even know where he is yet. He is there. Okay. Let's go see Arctic. Oh, yeah. It's been a beautiful morning here so far. Sun's come out. Looks to be a bright and sunny day. The temperature's picking up. You know, what's not to like? It's been gray, cloudy for the past week-ish. So, this is really pick me up. What could possibly go wrong, right? Especially leading straight up to the weekend. Could not ask for more. Hopefully we're moving towards that time of the year where it generally will go in that direction, right? You're coming out of your winter mood / hibernation / depression, right? Moving in towards better, brighter things. That always has a positive impact on your psyche. Which is great. Okay, let's see here. For not completely surprising, he's a busy man today. Okay, so antlers, they're pretty much scattered all over. I'm gonna head north. See if I can collect mine. Yep, they're even marked on the map. That is awesome. Antlers it is. Too perfect. You know, wonder what the what's the drop rate? No data to support the actual drop rate. I guess we'll just have to see. We'll manage. Even your virtual character needs to get out and stretch his legs sometimes, right? Get some fresh air, take in the scenery. Here we go, come on. Trying to skirt the fur blocks and they just keep being more and more and more. Okay, so we should be just about there. Of course, they've all been killed, of course. Could be a thing. Okay. They have not. Yeah, it has almost like just being back to AV. Same thing. Maybe that just goes to show how much of the concept of the game is just repetition in different environments, right? Oh yeah, we get to skin as well. You know what's not to like. I figure that's that's where we are. It's all just variations of the same grind. Let's see where we can find some more of these bad boys. We're gonna head a bit more east. It could, of course, also be that maybe realistically they actually share the spawn points with the hippogriffs, so even just killing the hippogriffs would effectively give a higher probability of the other spawning. Might be consideration that we'll have to approach, because right now the density is off compared to what it could be, maybe, right? Compared to what the map says. So, and okay, also there's not unsurprising that there's been somebody else's here as well. The probability of people in and around the shard today is probably close to 100%. Gonna be camping all over. Middle bumblebee. You fucker. I'm actually I'm distressed by your coming into the channel, because I actually tried to tweak all sorts of bots yesterday to catch things like that. Apparently it's not quite working yet. Back to the drawing board. Middle bumblebee. I'm a little surprised by the ineffectiveness. Oh, okay. Well, I noticed a couple of things. It should be. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. I've been playing around a bit, just trying some things out, just for the hell of it. I'm not quite sure. I'm completely sure this is the one it's gonna be, but right now it was the whole concept of being able to just like do some AI prompts just for the hell of it. I'm unsure if it's a bit much, like overwhelming, a bit intense. But for now, it was just as much a matter of I felt that it was. I wanted to try something instead of having just like the empty icon. Okay, oh, there we go. Another one. Yeah, I've totally been messing around with tons of different things here. Oh, there we go. First one's down. That was quicker than you could have, you know, thought might be the case. Oh, I actually just remember I forgot something. It's I drive an electric vehicle, and for the past 4 months ish, it's been cheapest to charge it at night, because that's when the electricity has been at the lowest, let's say, price. It's like a flexible price thing. But pretty much as of this week, they say that the electricity price in the middle of the day is by now cheaper than night, because with the sun starting to come back, the big solar panel parks that we have around the country are starting to generate more electricity during the day. So I reprogrammed the car to calculate the price, looking not isolated only at like night, but throughout the entirety of the day. So it will automatically simply do a calculation to say, okay, at what point within the next 24 hours is it cheapest. But I forgot to plug in the car when I got home from having dropped off my daughter. So right now it's definitely not doing anything, but I'll have to go do that in a second. Just plug in the car, and then that's it. And then wait to see what it decides is the cheapest for today. Yeah, so happy Friday, what's not to like? Oh, hey. There you were. Everybody and their moms here. When even your mom decides to do her class quest. I'm still undecided as to the item I want to pick. I'm not sure if it's something I can select from here. Probably not, but nah, probably not. I guess we'll have to see. How is my weapon skills coming along slowly but surely? Guess that's what's happened when you don't really use them that often. As with so many other aspects of life, when you don't keep practicing, it doesn't really get any better. I see dead deer. No, not really. Maybe should be seeing dead deer. Deer hunter. Deer hunter has not lived in vain. Oh well. Anybody have any interesting plans for the weekend? You know? Friday is basically just a stepping stone for a couple of days off if you're lucky. You know, enough. Of course, everybody doesn't have the weekends off necessarily, depending on what you do, but okay, let's see here what we got going on. It's funny because Azshara is one of these zones where I've never historically really spent a lot of time here. It's one of those places where your presence has been very situational, and to a wide extent it's a large zone in which it feels like there's very big stretch between the things that you need, like, you know, mobs and stuff. So I've always felt that Azshara wasn't a place you necessarily came often. There's nothing there, just getting the MC stuff. Yeah, exactly. So, you know, and there's like the there's one of the leatherworking trainers is there. So there's, you know, there's some incentive to show up there once in a while, but considering like the size of the zone, it's always been, you know, fairly remote. And you know, but there's it has its appeal. I mean, I like the look and feel of it, but when you don't have a reason to go, you don't really do. There's a lot of the different zones where the placement of like the flight path is such that the majority of the zone is maybe an equal distance in different directions. Here you have the flight path at the very beginning, and then the rest is just one long stretched run. You know, again, I just think it quickly adds up to being another reason for people not really feeling the need to be here more than absolutely necessary. Yeah, anyway. So the first planned guild raid is up in the calendar. Short notice, fair enough. Let's see what we can do. And then we'll have to try to go from there. Hopefully more to come. See if we can't, you know, knock in Molten Core off at least early days. Start it off, kick it off, and see, you know, what it can amount to. Sorry about that. And when everybody else starts Blackwing Lair, at least we can start Molten Core. Just to get going, practice, get some gear. The quest after this one's real pain. Just left it halfway. Oh, okay. The getting the water creatures, like the three-headed whatever. What is it? It's like a serpent of some kind. I guess, of course, that there's the consideration that the zone could be heavily camped for the foreseeable future. You know, the next days, weeks, which doesn't necessarily make it easier. I can hope that hey, autobiographer, congratulations, you've jumped 18,000 times. 20 kills, 0 drops. Oh, yeah, but and also I think, you know, when you have one of these kill quests where it's a drop and the drop rate is uncertain. You know, it's not necessarily something that's fixed, or it just can quickly become very redundant. And they know they have everybody by the nutsack, because everybody needs to stay here until they finish it, or at least come back until they finish it. At least he opened my eyes to new charm living. Okay, what was that? And was your introduction to the new character simply because of the reward from the quest, or? Wow, you're killing giants. Long stretch of nothing right here. Hello. I mean, you know, if you were roaming type of wildlife, you know, wouldn't you prefer to go someplace where nobody else is? You know, you can see far in all directions, meaning you're less likely to be pounced by wild animals. You know, lots of opportunity to graze, yet you decide to go where everybody else is. The low drop rates discouraged me from continuing, so I thought I'd try out leveling a warlock. Been a lot of fun so far. Nice. Cool. That's great. I mean, I think, you know, I've never been good at playing casters in general, in all RPG games. I've always as a default selected typically the characters that were, or the classes that were built to get up and personal, right up in the you know, the mob's face. I've never been the caster type. I've never been good at playing squishy. Generally, I'm not sure if it's because I feel that having a character that's more tough and resilient and able to sort of get up into people's faces, it gives more leniency in terms of if you don't necessarily feel that you're skillful enough at the game. You know, you have more of you have an easier time coping anyway because you're a bit more sturdy. So it might simply be the case that my skills in necessarily wanting to navigate a class where I need to be good at always keeping my distance and all these things isn't a thing. So yeah, but I have, you know, I've messed around a little bit with like mage and warlock in WoW as well, and I'm sure that if I had given it more time, I would have found it really enjoyable to continue even further. So maybe down the line I'll get around to leveling a some more casters within the game as well. Let's see. There, you know, there's a Skystormer right there who really doesn't care about its surroundings, right? I mean, normally you would have seen even just proximity aggro, nothing. Let's see if it. I think Warlock is one of the lesser played classes. Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, definitely. But they're super powerful, you know, and they continue to be even into the next expansions as well. But I don't know. I'm not sure if from it does, you know, it does seem somewhat like for a lot of people the rationale when we started fresh, you know, with this server was what is a class choice that is easy to level on a solo basis, right? Which has an easier time or something, and maybe it's just okay. Either people don't know Warlock or they don't feel that Warlock falls into that category. Nope, not yet. One down, one to go. Let's see if we can find some more. Looking for some more. It's, you know, I guess we can conclude that it's deer season, right? The deer are definitely in for a rough patch right now. Cleansing of the deer. Tough time to be a deer. There's a heavy regulation on their population at the moment. When I did the class quest yesterday, I forgot to switch my pet, so I had to do this with a level 50 gorilla with no abilities. Oh, that's tough, man. Tough. It's... I figure that, you know, this part might be reasonable, but yeah, I can follow you. That's... You just become so used to having, you know, the pet being an active part, something that's able to grab aggro, keep it all of a sudden. If you find yourself in a situation where you have a pet that's not really been able to pull its own weight, you know, the the effectiveness of your uptime in the sense of being able to shoot something just goes down so quickly if you have mobs up in your face all the time. So you're either having to do everything to kite them, or you have to end up just swapping to being in melee all the time, which is also just, again, slowing down everything with regards to your speed. Alrighty, come on, one more. One more. Sooner or later, you're done, right? Keep grinding, one mob at a time. All of a sudden, you get that second one. Wonder if it's possible to buy these class quest items from the auction house. Yeah, good question. Typically they don't, you know. Typically they're not possible to put on the auction house, but yeah, who knows? I'm sure that there could be there could very quickly be a big market for it, that's for sure. They don't really seem to be aggroing unless you basically attack them, do they? No complaints. Just makes it easier not having to spend so much time killing all kinds of other things right now. Let's see what the missus says. Message from command. Good morning. Any luck with these cursors? We've got one so far. 1 out of 2. So halfway. It's so 1 drop in 39 kills. There's no info on the drop chance per se, so we're just chipping away one at a time. I think it's more the case that for the next part of the quest, which was, what was it we concluded? Was it 5 of the sea creatures? Might realistically take a bit longer. It was quite low, took a while first, then the second. Yeah. I mean, I'm basically just killing a mob, and then if it drops, it drops. If not, we move on. And then all of a sudden it's, it's gonna show up when you maybe least expect it. So 6 Thresher skills, yep, yeah. I figure it will present itself when it does, until then, what's not to like? I get a chance to play games, have a cup of coffee, hang out with you guys. No complaints. Take in the scenery, get some fresh air. Who doesn't like a little deer killing in the morning? And it's, if you as a game designer really wanted to take this to the next level, you would incorporate the actual tendencies of the animals, right? In which they are more active, like dusk and dawn. Then of course you completely hamper any opportunity for somebody like myself who doesn't play at those times, right? Oh, there we go. It's not bad, the Thrasher quest to just swim around the shore clicking on macro while watching stuff on the other screen. Nice. So, at the very farthest corner of Ashara, basically we got the second one. Whoop whoop. Now we just have to go hand it in. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it's, I figure the same, that it's just about, I went that far as well with the antlers. Yeah, I just did a full circuit all the way around northern part. But yeah, I mean, it makes sense that you could basically just be, semi AFKing the grind, kill stuff while not necessarily paying too much attention. Oh, good thing we have an off-road vehicle. Off-road mount. Suited for rough terrain. I was doing the quest when it dropped in Temujin as well. By the time we started doing Thrashers, Timon wasn't feeling it. The drop ended up being nice and went to alt. Okay. Sucks. But I mean, I can, it's one of these. It's also one of these. When we have these drop quests, it's one of those situations where, on the one hand, grouping up with somebody is nice because you increase your speed so much. At the same time, you can quickly end up in a situation where you feel that you're just stretching the drops even more because you're sharing them, maybe. Now you get to live. And as I started the Thrasher quest, I did a big brain move and jumped down to the beach, misjudged where I was, so corpse rung. Oh, yeah. These are some high cliffs as well, right? I did one I had one a couple of weeks back probably, when I was questing here, where I was fortunate that I jumped down towards the beach, and I basically think I skirted like a hill that sort of, I didn't land enough to take damage, but it sort of threw me further, which was enough to act as like a launch ramp. So I actually made it to the water. Otherwise, I would have splatted somewhere as well. So yeah, it's you can very quickly find yourself in a situation where you mistime it or misplace it. Alrighty. That's done. There we go. 6 wave thrashers. Okay, I'm quickly going to do 2 things. I forgot to go plug in my car. I'm gonna go plug in the car, and I'm going to go grab a coffee, and then I'll be back. After resin, ran to Spirit Healer and up the ramp. Thought I'd start where no one else probably be. Spent a few minutes running, finding a way down. Yeah. There's not a lot of places to get down successfully, right? Most of this is just so steep. Thought to myself, hang on a minute, I'm engineer. Ah, yeah. Yeah, you gotta remember those little things. Yeah, that's cool. Alright, anyway, give me 1 second. I'll be back in about a minute and a half or so. There we go. Back again. Alrighty. Sorry about that. Anywho, time to find those thrashers. Oh, there we have a fellow compatriot. I am not an engineer, so I better avoid jumping to my death. This seems like a more manageable. Do any of you ever actually have you ever felt, even just playing the game, that your character actually falls for such an extended period of time that you almost like get the sensation of being in like a roller coaster where your stomach just like I've actually experienced that a few times while playing, which, you know, has completely struck me as surprising. But I'm like, wow, to think that you actually can have that feeling of vertigo, or the whole sensation of like a drop. All right, thrashers it is. 6 wave thrasher scales. We can hope for 2 assist times and with quick drops. But let's see. You never know. So what were we? I'm not quite sure. Maybe, perhaps happened in Wrath. Yeah. Okay. The first time I think I experienced this was when it was one of the achievements that was available, where you had to drop 65 yards without dying, which unlocked just one of those achievement points. And there was a specific spot in Shattrath City where you could do that. So that's basically the first place I tested it out, because I tried to do the achievement. Okay, I just figured I'd check. Is it only one named mob type that drops the scales? Or is it more than one? I reckon I should create a target macro as well. The Storm Bay Oracles. That could almost be like the name of a football team, couldn't it? Storm Bay Oracles. Young Thrasher, Thrasher, Great Thrasher. Okay. The Storm Bay Oracles. Guess we can't really get around having to swim at this point in time. Gonna be a long swim. They can be swimming on the ocean floor as well? Yeah. There's your friend. Heavily dense areas of turtles. Turtles. They've all been eradicated already. You know, it's so tough. The culling of the thrashers. It will take them many centuries to get back to reasonable numbers. Oh, see, there's somebody who knows what he's doing. It would be nice to get to a place where there's a bit more likelihood of them being within the same area. A rogue who doesn't want to get wet. Poor guy. Like, you can imagine that that's something that's gonna set you back somewhat, right? Okay, let's try it out here. So let's see here. They can be quite far out. Far out, man. Well, at least we get this. We get our fair share of swimming done today. I see other people out hunting. Bastards. You gotta ask yourself if is it better or is it worse that we're not on like a PvP server, right? I mean, would it be better that you could at least look to try to kill off your competition? At the same time, you know, if you're the one who loses, you know, is that better or is that worse? Wave Thrasher forgot it's that. Did you type the wave? Nope, not yet, but I'll do that. 1 second here. I did not, but we can amend that. There we go. Thrasher. But we haven't, I don't think we've been close enough to any of them yet that it would have triggered anyway, so. The more the merrier. Hey, what's this? Goes to show how little I've been here. Never saw that before. Looks like a landing pad. Razor Claw. The Ruined Reaches. It's like, you know, back in the day, before you had airplanes that had enough reach to make it from the US all the way to Europe without having to refuel. There were several refueling stations, different places strategically, like, you know, the Azores. This is the same refueling station. Small one, but still. So the funny thing is, looking at Wowhead, there's just the density of where the mobs could spawn is all over the place. The Thrashers, the entirety of the southern peninsula, all of it is just covered in dots. And then you go here and you look, and the density is fairly limited, right? One is a bit more discouraging than the other. One gave you the impression that it would be doable. The other does not entirely, but I still feel like I have issues with my few spawn points, I guess. Yeah, it does seem that way. Bastards. The developers sat down and went, okay, so we want to put them on a quest. The quest has to contain the rarest spawn in the game. And they don't need just one. They should need a fair amount of drops. And it's not going to be 100% guaranteed drop chance. We're going to do everything we can to fuck them over. Oh well. Let's see, at least we're approaching waters in which they could effectively spawn. Yet again. Pew pew. This could let's hope we get off to at some point on a feeling of progression. Right now I just, feel like I'm slowly dying inside. Right now, it could have just as well have been like a mythological creature. We're talking Loch Ness here. We haven't even had a sighting. Nothing that even comes off looking infinitesimally like one of the thrashers. As they stand looking across the wide expanse of ocean, looking for the mythological creature. Well, should have seen one by now, yeah. Damn the developer who invented water-based quests. Yeah, for sure. Anywho, yeah. It seems... They could, yeah. We're talking here or there. So there's an equal opportunity here as there is to the same part in the north. So we just have to find some spot and then camp it, I guess. Gonna head back to that island over there and then just stick around, see what happens. Stick around and see what happens. Right now, you could appreciate having rolled a druid, right? Just to get the water speed, water form, sea lion. What is it? That would have been worth your time right now. What's happened is that, as a natural part of evolution, all the wave thrashers, all of a sudden, their common feeding grounds being challenged, they've all ventured further out to sea, where they can live more peacefully. We've basically started a massive migration project involuntarily. The ramifications of what the WoW community does to the wildlife is actually fairly impressive. We have a lot of sway in terms of what happens. We're basically playing gods. You gotta recognize the fact that sometimes when you have these things that are rolled out to the community, and that you have such a high density of people who need it for whatever, it would be great that it was like a hyperspawn thing, because you can end up spending so much time just waiting. At least the coffee's good and the company's better. So, and they're also even. I'm just reading Wowhead a little bit as well. They're also not. They're not even trackable. They're an unspecified mob type, so you couldn't even do the whole track, supposedly. Now, there might be Tractus beasts. Some of the others say, let's try it out. We don't know yet. Unconfirmed, because there's none within vicinity. Druid swim phone. Instead, they get to go to run around Ungoro. Yeah. Yeah, they figured, okay, this is not something that we want to be pleasurable for anybody. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna make sure that the druids cannot use anything to give them an advantage in the water, right? So we'll send them as far inland as possible. We'll make sure that nobody has anything that they can really use to, benefit. Not sending hunters to somewhere using their clouds, but yeah. At least Ankatama has use for nature. Yeah, nature aspect, yes. Let's conclude that right now that's not the biggest concern we have, is whether or not we'll actually see Sunken Temple. Browsing Wowhead. This is literally one of the worst quests in the game. There seems to be something really wrong going on with the spawns combined with low drop chance. Sometimes they just don't respawn for a long time. Surprised they didn't add a swimming aspect. Yeah. That could, you know, that wouldn't have been completely far off in terms of something that could be viable, but was not the case. Most people right now are talking about this up here being the most ideal location, but of course, you know, it's the same as if you're in line at the grocery store and the other line is moving faster and you end up swapping queues. You know that queue is gonna get stopped for some reason, right? You never change tactics midway. There's also some people saying that you should not rely on the indicators from Questy, but look to swim further out. I guess you could try switching layers. Yeah, that could also be a thing. Yeah, you know, right now, you know, maybe this is swam around. Yeah, we can end up having this will be like a nature show. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Chasing Thrashers with your friendly neighborhood hunter. What was the guy's name? Steve Irvin? Right, Steve Irvin. Chasing Thrashers with Steve Irvin. David Attenborough, you would love this. Yeah. You know, there's opportunity. There's opportunity. So, like, if you see here, you'll notice, wow, the mammoth shark, rarely seen in these waters. Don't get too close. They're very territorial. Let's get closer. Let's get it. Let's go closer. They're typically not aggressive. I think my pet is taking a very lax approach to the whole swimming thing, right? Completely laid back style. Better get some air before we die. Why did you die? Well, you know. Watching the mammoth shark. One of its kind. Yep. I don't think pets have their own breath meter. I think the pet is such don't think I think the pet is shows such a great amount of solidarity, right? That they either, they stick with you through thick and thin, right? They don't die if you don't die, but they die if you die. Talk about that's a true buddy. What can we find? Now all of a sudden it's a nature show with Jacques Cousteau. We are here beneath the water of the fantastic Azure Ocean, looking for the fabled creature water thrashers, wave thrashers, which have not been seen for many a year. They are said to be very elusive. but we are hoping to get some very, very rare footage. Stick with you until you encounter ledge you have to jump off. Yeah. Yes. Yes. You know, they're completely loyal until they're not, right? Like, hell no, man. I'm not jumping off that cliff with you. What, are you stupid? Or you didn't put enough points in my pet training for not thinking for myself. You know, at least if there was something interesting, you know, to spot. Like a giant clam. Something where you felt an incentive to be trawling the oceans. Trawling the ocean floor. Hydration, oh my god. When Blizzard made these class quests, they must have decided they hated the player base at this point. Yeah. It might, you know, maybe it was that. It's been, maybe it was at like the peak of the subscriptions. You know, they didn't really need more subscribers to justify the game in what state it was in. You know, so they figured we don't really care how the player base feels anymore. You know, just kind of screw them over. There must have been one guy who said the game was too easy and Blizzard listened. Yeah. I think, you know, I'm sure that there have been times historically where it's been a thing, you know, where they've listened more to the player base. They have, hey. I see you have a bird who doesn't want to get wet. An owl. Greater water breathing elixir. 1 hour. Wow, thank you, buddy. You know, they probably, you know, they got a new community manager at that point who wanted to, you know, show some love for the player base, so that, like, you know, okay, we'll listen to something they say and actually enforce it. And somebody said, game's too easy, or, you know, there are no quests that are time consuming enough. And they like listened. They fucking listened. Bastards. Alright, so might just do some laps, basically, you know. Maybe you can just swim in one random direction. This is like Forrest Gump, you know. So I started running, and I just ran. I made it to the ocean on one side, turned around, ran back the other way. That's what we'll do. Me, Jacques Cousteau, David Attenborough. We'll just go hunting. How do we ensure subs? We make a quest that means at least a month of money. Yep, that could also be just like, okay. Or sub numbers are going down. How do we keep people here? I swam from roughly 50.93 chords to 76 doing this quest. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so there's like but there is, you know, it has been seen in the past, like the tactics of, okay, what do we do to make sure that we retain the players, right? We simply force them to try to finish the most annoying quest ever. Yep. Okay, I'm just quickly going to check. I have time. Just checking to see if the charging app has calculated. Okay, so prices are most ideal tonight, so charging will not happen until later. Fair enough. At least it's working. Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Nature Show. In preparation for the coming WoW marathon, we're out, doing our laps, clocking those meters, putting in the hours, doing what we need to do. So far in our travels, we've seen the fabled mammoth shark, but no inclination whatsoever that the actual wave thrashers exist. It could be a myth. Could be the Loch Ness of Azshara. But wait! All of a sudden, when all hope was lost, it's gonna be one of these cases where all of a sudden, you just see a druid come from the right, tag it before you. No, maybe not, but could almost have been like tragically funny. You're swimming, and it's so slow going, and you're like, "Come on, get there, tag that mob." Somebody else just pops in. Can confirm the mobs are not completely and utterly a myth. After 6 years traversing Azshara's coastline, all of a sudden we've seen two in a span of minutes. The beasts you thought to be extinct, but no. So success criteria number 1, they exist, check. Getting the actual drops we need, who knows? Could be anywhere between another 6 years and never, right? They exist, yeah. They exist. We killed them. We killed them all. What? Nope. There's more. But wait. This is one of those situations where I should have gone dark, right? They always, the streamers always do during the Race to World First. When they've discovered an advantage in some way, you jump off camera for a bit, right? Just to make sure. So this should be doing the same, right? To just avoid somebody else showing up, stealing your spawns. All of a sudden, the stream just cuts out. So we're 0-3. Let's see if we can conclude something in terms of drop chance at some point. Of course, that does require we actually see one, but, this is the first part. We'll have to conclude that our pet, is either, the pet, there we go, 1 in 4. Wind Serpent was fun to have last night. Zahoosh. 80% speed towards Thrasher in the distance stops to Belch lightning. Yeah. 1 in 4. So right now, 1 in 4 drop chance. That's okay, all things considered. But considering the fact that we maybe killed the 4 spawns that are now, and we'll have to wait. I spoke too quickly. Not bad at all. Stocked up on crap. Didn't this used to work at some point where you could basically use it to... It was probably the wrong area earlier. They might have hyperspawn last night, making me see more of them down south than there usually is. Yeah, could be. You never know. It used to be that you could... Isn't there like a... Was there a Leatrix version where you could like get it to simply delete your... I feel there was one where previously I could just have it delete all the vendor trash I had in my bags. Full on crap. More crap. I should probably be getting rid of some of the various quest items I have at some point as well, like actually finishing the key quest for UBRS so I can get rid of all the gemstones. I should probably also be... I could effectively have put my PvP gear in the bank as well, so I didn't have that sitting around. But no. I did not... Okay. 2 for 6. You know, drop chances is on the rise. I mean, you know, 2 for 6. You're also carrying your PvP gear with you. Yeah, I had like 3 empty bag slots when starting the first quest. PvP gear and other junk. Yeah, exactly. I know, I really should have taken it out. I definitely didn't think, especially about the likelihood of having so much potential crap in the that could drop from them. Oh, they also spawn on land. Somewhat. Okay, let's go back. So sometimes there is a consideration in being in-game early, you know. It's not always quite as overrun as it usually is a bit later in the day, so might not be the worst thing that's happened. But again, doesn't matter if they're not spawning. But let's say that there's a 5-minute... If there were a 5-minute spawn timer, but you have a 1 in 3 drop chance, you know, that's okay. That will still see you finish it fairly quickly. So let's just praise the fact that there's actually some spawning. I've been messing around. I was messing around yesterday with trying to make some different chat commands, which should actually queue up so that if, you know, depending on some of them you call directly by typing exclamation point command in the chat. One of the ones I tried to do was like a conditional one, so if you for some reason write in chat and you include the word boxes, it will automatically identify that you're, you said something that it has to do with boxes, and it will automatically trigger one of the commands to, run. So I'm interested at some point to see if it actually works. Yeah. So I've been messing around with all different kinds of little tweaks. It's always a matter of not being sure if it actually works, but just getting a feel for all the different, let's say, opportunities that are within the stream elements. Seems like a fairly okay respawn time, right? These are the ones we basically killed before. So you do a full circuit, you wait a little bit, and then they're back again. It's not too bad. Not too bad. It's it's basically the exact same as the AV grind, just different. Rinse and repeat, right? Predominantly what we do in this game, continuously rinse and repeat. I don't even want to think about AV. Yeah. I concluded that my days in AV are numbered, in the sense, the Frostwolf is done, and it's not important enough for me to, necessarily push more rank right now. So I think I'm taking a break from Battlegrounds until Arathi comes out. So instead I'm gonna focus on actually trying to finish my pre-bis and things like that, do some other stuff. Still haven't gotten around to getting a wolf pet, so I think that's the plan for the next 2 weeks, which almost coincide with when we get the keys to the new house. And once we do that, my available hours probably goes significantly down for the month, because all of April I'm basically renovating, painting. So we'll have to see. So the last few weeks have been WoW content, and today has been like nature show. And then all of a sudden, September. I was about to say September. All of April is going to be a renovation stream. Whoop whoop. And then once we hit May, we'll be back to more WoW related. Okay, I'm being chased by this guy basically. So yeah, I think that's where we are right now. You're streaming yourself painting. I've joked about it. I've actually considered doing it, just turning on the stream, and then people can stop by and see how I'm faring. Keep tabs on what's going on. It's not, it's part of it is painting. There's also a lot of other different, let's say, variations of renovation going on. Watching paint dry stream, yeah, that could be a thing, yeah. Yeah, it could be, I'm not sure. Right, it's mostly been meant as a joke for now, but okay. Drop chances going down all of a sudden. This we do not like. Certainly would be unique content. Yeah, for sure. you know. But I also need to build I need to build a fireplace. I need to erect a wall. I need to knock down a wall. I need to pull off a lot of carpeting and lay down some new flooring and stuff like that. So you know, there's variety to it. Wow, that was a tough word today. As long as you don't leak your house address. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I think that's not even my biggest concern. If you wanna drive to rural Denmark, you know, I'd almost say you're welcome if you want to stop by. The driveway is so long that before you get to the house, I basically would have time to have pulled my shotgun off the wall and be ready to greet you. So I don't see that as an issue. That's not a concern I have, at least. So no, I think, you know, with the, let's say with the current viewer base being who they are, all you lovely guildies, you know, it would actually just warm my heart if you actually showed up. I was at work yesterday, and all of a sudden one of my buddies calls me, and he normally never does, you know, midday. So it's like, I picked up, of course, and he's like, "Hey, are you working from home today?" I said, "No, I'm actually at the office." He's like, "I'm in your driveway." Your what? I mean, he doesn't even live close by. You're in my what? My driveway. It turns out he had a meeting in the town I live in, and he was a bit early, so he just wanted to stop by and say hi. Like, you basically caught me on the only day this week I haven't been at home, so you know, timing couldn't be better. Okay, you know, drop chances going down. This is not to our liking. 2 out of 6. At least, you know, we found a spot where they actually do spawn somewhat, so I guess we'll have to settle for that as a success until further notice. We'll be done at some point. Okay, I see. Oh, yeah, I'm just looking to tell you did the full circuit. Wow, that's impressive. I guess I could have done that as well. We know somebody else has been here, because I would have skinned that. So we have competition. We've got competition, boys. Damn it. Okay, so the spawn is actually, spawn timer is actually fairly okay at the moment, but somebody beat us to it. Bastards. Looking. We got a live one. Do you ever experience those situations where there's the mob you need, and there's basically, it feels like you have the entirety of the Spartans, all 300 of them, standing between you and the mob, and yet you don't care. You're just running to get that tag on the mob, so you sort of ensure that you don't have somebody steal it in front of you. And then you'll have to figure out how you deal with the fact that you pulled the entirety of the continent of WoW at the same time. but it's like, doesn't matter. I might die, even if I just need to kill this one mob, and then I can always run back, corpse run back, and loot it afterwards. But I get the kill. You know, one of those situations where like this has to go down, regardless of the cost. Okay, I'm gonna stay here for a little while longer. Give it one more pass. See if the spawn rate continues to be decent. Otherwise, I'll try Sutella's suggestion of doing a full circuit around the Shara. There's a drone here. Yeah. Let's say for the very small amount of competition that is present right now, the spawn rate is actually fairly okay, right? I mean, it's almost consistent with doing a circuit. Now it's just about actually getting the drops, right? So we went from 1 in 3 to 1 in... No. Yeah, 1 in 3. Now we're down to 2 out of 16, so... Oh, you know, of course we're still above 12%, so could be worse, but I'm not even sure what the antlers ended up being, but spawn rate looks fine. When I saw swimming, I had my macro getting text basically every minute, of course. Yeah. I mean, if I'm fortunate enough that nobody else shows up for now, then I think that it's still fairly doable. So probably just the fact that there's no competition is actually the thing that matters the most at this point, right? The likelihood of you getting all of the tags will just keep you having a fair opportunity to finish it. Anyway, you know, it is what it is. It will be done at some point. So I think the early birds did it last night, and then now people are at work. Yeah, could be. You know, might be my luck. There have to be some advantages to not being nocturnal anymore. There was some of the other servers I played on as well. It was always for Wrath. The early morning circuits for mining in Icecrown were always uncontested completely. So if you were on at 8 o'clock and then you put in 2 hours just mining, the likelihood of getting all the spawns was so much higher because people weren't generally online yet, which was nice. So where was that tag? It disappeared again. There we go. There was a lot of people online last night, though. Yeah, I can imagine. But also, of course, with the release just coming out and a lot of people getting off to a good start, came back to Orgrimmar like 15 minutes before BW released and Holy Batman people. Yeah, I can imagine. I'm sure there must have been a lot of guilds planning around doing a late night entry just to get off to a fresh start, and also probably for being like the first, I would imagine. Let's see if we can't get to the point where we can just enter Molten Core this week, you know. I saw the Nefarian killed Bask in the Glory Yellow when it came back. Okay. Like 2 a.m. Okay. The Wave Thrashers are holding out on me now, right? It appears they do not take kindly to being killed over and over. You know, I don't get that. Why is that a thing? You know? So, okay, maybe, you know, let's try to figure out what are we gonna run out of first. Bullets, patience, or actually maybe time. You know. Weird how hard it actually is to decide what reward I want to pick from the quest. Not that big of a deal, but can I already have a trinket collection going? Yeah, I saw that there was a lot of... No, maybe not. I've read some debate as well as to whether it's one or the other that people are going for. And it's kind of undecided. The spear is supposed to be... Or is it a polearm? Is supposed to be meh. And then there's the... one of the trinkets is... good for Beastmaster, like Unga Bunga, Barrel, Seal Belly. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the last one is supposed to be the other trinket is supposed to be good for like the Beastmaster thing. Devil's Sour Tooth. Yeah, BM Boar Slap. Yeah. Prowler, the big crit frenzy, bestial wrath. Yeah. You can you can time it for a massive opener. Never thought leveling an alt would be fun, but Warlock has changed my mind. That's awesome. Happy to hear it. That's cool. There we go. 3 out of 23. So, you know, the love has gone down, that's for sure, but still, all of a sudden we're halfway. It's nice. Cool about the Warlock. I mean, I think that's great. I think it's always, you know, if you can all of a sudden find more joy with a game you're already playing, because something new shows up that you maybe didn't, think would be a thing. That's just awesome. I think at least it gives you, it gives you more replay value, because you often have these games where they were super enjoyable, but you can't necessarily see yourself doing it more than once. And of course, WoW was meant to be a game where they want you to keep coming back, right? So, but at some point, you still find yourself in a situation, if it's the same character, same rotation, same dungeons, it's gonna get tedious, right? So I think the concept of being able to sort of mix it up is great. There we go, boys and girls. That is awesome. So we went from a 3 and 23 to something like a 5 and 25. So 20% drop chance at the point. It's nice. Doable. We'll end up in a situation where right now the poll is shifting more towards the fact that we finish rather than run out of time, run out of bullets, or run out of breath or patience. So things are looking up. I probably jinxed it completely by now, but that's a chance we'll have to take. I think the biggest shout out right now has to go to Sotella for hooking me up with a water breathing potion. Thank you immensely for that. There we go. 5 all of a sudden. Let's conclude that there's no easy time in trying to predict the drop chance, right? It's completely bonkers. A little here, a little there, a little everywhere. One more. Who would have thought 2 minutes ago that we would be, when we were halfway done, that we are only missing one? No worries. Figured it would make the grind slightly more, bearable. It surely has. Just the concept of not having to keep being mindful of your breath is, it's a big thing. One more. At this point in time, I would venture to guess that the last one is gonna be a bit off, right? We got lucky. We got three drops in such a short amount of time that the last one's probably going to keep its distance for a while. So, Mello, have you decided on what spec you're gonna level the Warlock as? Are you going a flavor of the month, or are you gonna do your own stuff? What? Okay, so all of a sudden, ladies and gentlemen, we went from 5 and 25 to 6 and 30. So we're done. Surprisingly quick to wrap up. That was unexpected. We made it. Who would have thought that all of a sudden the tides would turn? We're 2 hours into the stream. We basically started off logging in, going straight to the class trainer, and basically took it from there. So excellent. Excellent. We're going places. Ladies and gentlemen, Thrashers is done. So the last leg was finding a group for Sunken Temple and doing Morphaz. Figure that's not necessarily pressing at this point in time. I figure we can find some people to do that at some point. Maybe have some people from the guild who could use a trip into Sunken Temple anyway, because they have the appropriate level. Also, of course, it's also likely that you can probably find a couple of extra groups going to Sunken Temple today. Either way, whether in-game is great, whether outside today is great. What's not to like? It's Friday, you know. One second, just need to do a bit of Discord support. There you go. Had to make a toad pet for Spooky Lady yesterday. She saw the toad I linked in GChat and I told her it's cute and goes ribbit. Lifelike mechanical toad. Right kick to. Well, it's good that you can support the guild with toads. Toadmaster. Toad tamer, maybe even. Okay, so hey. The Green Drake, bring the Tooth of Morphaz. So, Hunting Spear. The Green Spear of Doom. Fun stuff. Bit silly mats though. 12 thorium bars, 1 living essence. Yeah, okay. Well, at least it's a living essence, right? Trinket. Devil Sour Eye. I'm kind of thinking the Hunting Spear, yeah. I mean, stat-wise, they're not bad. I mean, crit, stamina, and MP5. It's okay. Your bet's next attack is guaranteed to critically hit. Yeah. Undecided. I don't know. I don't know at this point. Good to know. I was just about to say, did I pick up the quest? I did not, but I have now. So, the Green Drake, okay. Anywho, at some point on, kind of like the Peacemaker, but instead of attack power, you get MP5. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. That's done. Quest is ready. No, not necessarily feeling a rush to pursue ST just now. Might be that I should consider trying to chase down a dungeon instead. Still need to finish shit ton of different things. Most particularly, I need to do Dire Maul East just to get the key at some point, but that's less relevant. Then I need to do Tribute Run to get the ring. I need to get the Barbarous Blade. I also need to do Dire Maul West to get the headpiece and to get the... What was the other item? The belt. So lots to do, places to go, people to see. See if I can get rid of some of this stuff here. Well, in a fair amount of leather. Huh? Decent. If anybody is lacking a water breathing potion and needs it to do the quests, let me know. I'll be happy to pass along the one I have in to spare right now. Compliments of Sutella. We're gonna need to. I need to test something out now. See if this works. It did. Yeah. Commands are actually working. It's nice. It's nice to know that for once the commands are actually working as intended, right? The configuration actually is doing what it's supposed to do. Whoop whoop. Farmer's broom. Never seen anything like it. That's funny. You know, that's for your transmog right there. Farmer's broom. It would have been cool if you actually could have, you know, turned the angle so we could have like pointed downwards. That would have been awesome. Okay, so let's see here. Maybe I better go clean out my bags a little bit, just for the fact that I need space. people just dropping in? Boxes, yeah. Working as intended. Well, let's see here. We have a couple of guys we should be bumping up a figure. The command is working. Just double check in here if it's... Just I'll tab in for a second here. Nope. Okay. Okay, so let's dump some of this content into my bags, into my bank. And then see about grabbing a cup of coffee first, I think, and then gotta do something in terms of some content. Not sure I have enough room in my bags actually, do I? Okay, I might as well jump off for a second and get the cup of coffee while we're waiting on this to complete. So I'll be right back. 1 second. All right, all right, all right. More coffee. More coffee, more mood. In a good way. So, let's see here. I figure the weather outside right now is amazing. It's really good for the mood. You know, it's looking up. It feels like spring is just around the corner, thankfully. So that just is positive. I talked about putting my PvP gear in my bank, but I actually don't think I have any space right now. So I'll have to. That's another thing I'll have to look at some point. Cleaning out my bags, maybe even giving some thought as to whether or not there's something I should be getting rid of. But for now, let's see here. So, if there's anybody online by chance who's up for doing something, maybe y'all are doing your class quests right now. But otherwise, if you're not and you're keen to do a dungeon, let me know. I could use a ton of different things. So let's see here. I'm just looking at what was it I actually still need to do. I need to do Stratholme Undead for Cape off of Baron. I need to do Dire Maul North and West. I also should be getting the ring from Princess at some point, just to have opportunities. All right, all right. Wee. Okay. Let's see here. So, yep, if anybody's up for doing something, let me know. Otherwise, I'll start prepping a group for something shortly. Just have to check what's... Okay. I'm down for anything with Hunter. Okay, good to know. Let's see here. No worries. I have this notion that I have a sneeze coming on, but it's not. Excuse me, there it was. Allergies, maybe. let's by chance check out if anybody is. Hmm. Not unsurprising that there's never just like tanks waiting in queue, is it? All right, what else was on the schedule? What else did I need to do? There was actually, what was it? Just here. Sometimes it's like yeah, sometimes it's like 2 DPS and loads of healers. Yeah, looking for good, yeah. Okay. Just alt tapping for a second here, looking. What was it I was looking for earlier? Oh wait, oh yeah, what was that? I need to figure that one out. There was one of the quests I had in, was it, yes, this one, isn't it? Which once you've done it the first time around, you get the blood so you can keep summoning the boss. I need to do that one as well because the boss is the one that drops my Prebis boots, so need to do that one as well. I figure I'll get started on that one. I think I'll start gathering a group for Skolo, just because, get that out of the way. Awesome. Okay, let's see here. So we'll start looking for a Scholomance healer instead. Okay, so we've got the healer coming shortly. And apart from that, apart from my bags being overcrowded, I need to remember to use the quest item. We're actually good to go. Okay, I'll start heading in the direction. Coolio and the gang. Alrighty. I guess I have a few seconds before the Zeppelin shows up. I'm just gonna go blow my nose. It feels like the allergies kicked in. 1 second. There we go. That was timing. And I also remembered to mute the microphone just because, you know, it would be typical to forget something like that. Alrighty. So. At some point on, I figure we'll have to do... I've been thinking about it. At some point on, I want to do like a guild competition of like little fun things, such as screenshot the person with the most fun name that you can find. You know, so people can have a few weeks or something in which you try to find the character in game, the player character with the name you think is the funniest, and then we can have like a poll, you know, just for the fun in it. Or find the take a picture somewhere out and about in the real world that has a reference to something from WoW. Right? So you do something like that, you know. That, I think that would be fun. Could be like a little thing going on the side, just to have some sort of engagement for us, right? It's harmless, but it's fun. And also I figure at some point on we need to, in the not too distant future, we need to do a guild event where we do like first man to get from you know, starting Valley of Trials, starting zone to Silithus, for example. So you start off level 1, everybody starts off at the same time, and then we run. And then we see who gets there first. Something like that, you know. Hopefully it could be seen as fun. Okay, so I figured I have time to stop by The Argent Dawn. No, not the Argent Dawn. Yes, the Argent Dawn. And grab the powerful anti-venom recipe. Yeah, we still have time. I'll go grab the recipe, I think, because basically we've talked about it before. I'm a horrible completionist. I have such a hard time not finishing things out. Like when we talked about Reputation the other day, nothing is acceptable other than maxing out 999 Exalted. You know, I could not settle for having 50 points into a Exalted and not closing it out. It probably wouldn't keep me up at night, but it's damn close. Same goes for, you know, I'm 14 out of 15 first aid recipes. I'm damn sure not going to not grab the last one, so I might as well go to Eastern Playlands, grab it while we wait, just for the hell of it. Worst part is that Sutella has basically... Are you using that one? I thought you were, actually. Because I've seen you, you know, being hadn't you been like chasing all the cooking recipes? I was like, I figured you had it from there. You know, I'm really battling with myself right now in trying to figure out if I need to do all the cooking recipes. No, you just manually looked up everything. Oh, you poor thing. No, you really should have the alum. Yeah, it's because it's quite nice. You know, it basically tracks the ones you have. Type stuff in Notepad. Oh, man. So basically, it tracks all the available ones, and then you click it, and it will give you locations of how to procure it, which is nice. Yeah. So you need that. You should have that. Recipe Master. Get that. Get that before your neighbor does. Just installed it. Yeah, you're a man of action. All right. Let's see here. We're flying. We have a bit of time. And as always, you know, nothing has changed since yesterday. I'm not able to multitask, so right now trying to type anything else in while being on stream means that I'm effectively, you know, I'm only just succeeding in breathing and typing something out. There's no likelihood that I'm able to talk at the same time. So when I go quiet, it's usually because there's something else going on. Damn it. You know, shout out to all the women out there who are able to multitask. I don't have it in me. I think it's too late for me to learn if I haven't already, so. We're flying. All right. So we are closing in on the Eagle has landed. And there was something about the fact that, what are we looking for here? Quartermaster Miranda. She's over here somewhere. See if it's something she's willing to part with. So let's see here. Oh, there's a couple of recipes we don't have either. So, Dawn Treaders and Powerful Anti-Venom. Nice. That's probably what we have. Yeah, okay. We just crossed Honored, so nothing else is available just yet. But at least we can cross that off the list. Ding, ding, ding. 100%. At least we can sleep tonight. One more thing off the to-do list. Alrighty, and let's see here. So we were going to Skolo. I might as well just run from here, I figure. Alright. Nice. So, one thing done. Two things done today already. Managed to get well underway in the terms of class quests, and wrapped up an entire category of professions. Nice. Anywho, you know, let's remember the little things in life. The small wins. And, you know, ultimately, it's Friday. You know, it's Friday. Sun is shining outside. What's not to like? I can feel the impact on my, let's say, on my mood specifically for today. You know, it just gives that extra 10%. Knowing that, you know, it's not gray, it's not cloudy. The weather in itself is not just trying to suck the life and spirits right out of you. I hope you all have some interesting plans for the weekend. I am fortunate enough. I do say fortunate because I'm not sure if it's actually just meant as a joke, but predominantly packing up some more stuff. We have this weekend, and then we have one more weekend before we get the keys to the new house. And once we get the keys to the new house, we only have like 24 days before we move in. And we do need to preferably paint everything and do some different renovation. So I'm sure those 24 days are going to go by really quick. So we're trying to strategize around packing up as much of the house as we can now while we still have time. And so it's sort of been like, okay, we blocked out all the weekends and have for the past month or so just to be able to at least plan to pack. And then, you know, do a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I'd say, you know, coming from a big house, 5 people, the combination of the amount of shit that you have, honestly, let's be honest, some of it is shit, and planning to have enough time that you can actually assess if everything should come along to the new place. So we've also been trying to throw things out, you know, really being critical. If you take something out of a cupboard and it's been in there for 2-3 years already, you really don't need it. You know, you're inclined to keep it because that's just what you do, but you don't really need it. So we've been really trying to assess if this is something we should keep. But then once you sort of go through that exercise, there's still everything in regards to like dismantling things, taking things down off the walls, like every single lamp, lighting fixture, most of that has to be, taken down. It's not just, it hasn't just been put up on the wall using, duct tape or whatever. It's, it screws, everything. So there's a lot in that sense. So that takes more time than you necessarily think it will. So yeah, that's a consideration right there. Taking down picture frames, and there's also, we have a couple of freestanding closets, IKEA all, but still, that despite the fact that they're fairly manageable in disassembling, it still just takes time. Everything takes time. So planning to have enough time to do that as well is also just a thing. So yeah, so it's, there's a lot of hours that have been allocated just to managing to get through that exercise of everything that entails from start to finish. And as I've said a few times, my biggest concern is that because we're moving to a bigger place than what we have now, if we don't throw anything out now, we probably won't ever again. So I'm really cautious of that, really focused on trying to make sure that we at least start fresh. Start with as little as is relevant before going down that rabbit hole of just stocking up from here till we move in. Maybe we spend the next 20 years living in this place, and if we only just accumulate more stuff for that next 20 years, it's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be not just double up in terms of crap. Yeah, so that's a consideration. But it just takes a long time. All of a sudden, once you start packing things up, you don't pack a box up. You can't necessarily always optimize the contents in a box. So there's a guideline from the moving company as to how much a box can weigh. And they say, 20 kilograms is the guideline for what they lift. Fair enough. If you start packing up not boxes, but books, 20 kilos doesn't go a long way. You basically have like the bottom half of the box filled out, and then it weighs 20 kilos. So you either need to start like alternating the content by mixing things, so you have part books, part something else that doesn't weigh a lot but has maybe has some volume to it, some fill. At the same time, if the things you're packing up aren't going to be in the same place later, is it an inconvenience to have to empty half the box, move it somewhere else to take out the rest of the content? That's one thing. So you quickly go through a lot of boxes. I think we estimated that the amount of boxes we would need to pack everything up that would fit was about 200 or so. And then all of a sudden, that's your guesstimate ahead of time. Then you start actually packing things, and all of a sudden you have three boxes just with shoes or teddy bears. I'm like, how the hell do we have 4 boxes of teddy bears? But we do. Are you completionist in terms of quests? I am less so, thankfully. But there's you know, I try to grab the quests that I come across that are that can be completed anyway. So yeah. So I've been grabbing whatever quests I come across, but I haven't been actively chasing down quests to actually finish them off. The problem is that come Wrath, one of the achievements that you get is the one to finish 3,000 quests for the Lore Master. And I could see myself doing that one. But because I'm considering swapping main character for TBC, or maybe not until Wrath, I don't think I would do it on this character. So maybe I can sort of procrastinate, wait to do that until later. But even now, I mean, the amount of quests I've done to finish leveling, let's see if it's not here somewhere. Unique quests completed, you know, I'm at 766 so far. Yeah. What was it I have? Skolo. Okay, I only have the one right now. Kirtonos the Herald. Yeah, it's, you know, I think this is the part of the chain, right? It continues on with some of the others. Kirtonos. I'm sure the quest name shouldn't be quite as Latin American as I make it sound. It's not Spanish. Yeah. Okay, it unlocks. Yeah, it unlocks the next part, which is the whole Raz Frost Whisper. Yeah, so I'm gonna be here a few times more. Yeah, exactly. It's the next one. So I figure I have a few more passings of Skolo in me for that reason. So anywho, we have the first actual intentional visitation of Molten Core on Sunday. So if you haven't signed up yet, see if you can't get permission from your partner to game on Sunday evening. Come join us. See what we can manage. Hopefully anything, you know. I think even just going in there and managing to get like a single kill would still be you know, would still be a success criteria at this point in time. So that's the intention, that's the goal, that's the dream. Where is everybody? Yeah, I do have True Shadow. Or I do now. Oh yeah. Gotta love that, right? The friendly reminder to put on the right trinket. Yeah. Mm. I think I just managed before the coffee got cold. So yeah, so Molten Core on Sunday. Be there or don't be there. Hope you'll be there. See what we can manage. The start of something beautiful. Full guild run, you know, gotta love that. Took the pet off taunt. Yes. Let's go. So, Skolo it is. At least we can, hopefully, at least we can summon the boss now. I read somewhere that they talked about that if you summon the boss, Ketronos, and he doesn't drop the item you want, you know, you're basically farming the item. Even though you complete the quest, you can basically abandon it, go outside, grab it once more, so you can keep repeating the boss consistently until you get the drop you want. And then you can always, you know, hand it in afterwards so that you can continue the quest line for the next part. But if you're really just there looking to get the drop, for example, the boots which I need, you could effectively just farm it. So I figure we might not be doing that right now, but I could basically just instead of turning in the quests, I can always just ditch it before for now, you know, and then just once I have to once I get a group that maybe is specifically here to farm the boss, we can do that instead. So the knockback is real. Oh. Hmm. We lost a good man. You have to appreciate the fact that you are in a situation where you have a healer that can resurrect, right? It's such a shame for druids that they don't get the ability to actually res people outside of combat until, what is it, Wrath? You know, it's just such a quality of life thing that they really are missing. Such a shame on their part. So yeah, I just wanted to, while we have a second, check how signups are looking. 7 confirmed, 3 maybe for Sunday. We're still, let's see here. I'm just gonna do a Alrighty, let's go. See what we can muster. Bad timing. So, what is the what is the one raid that you're looking the most forward to in Classic, and which in TBC? I mean, personally, TBC there were a lot of really enjoyable ones, but I think the one that stands out to me as the most enjoyable was Karazhan. You know, easily accessible for the masses, but the whole mood, the atmosphere of the raid was just so amazing, and I have a lot of really good memories from all the guild events from there. So gotta say it's kind of, you know, it's bordering on sad that the thing you're looking the most forward to is something that's realistically a year into the future, maybe. But you know, there's gonna be a lot of stuff happening between now and then that's gonna be good fun. But yeah, Classic Solgroup, yeah, should be good for the guild. Yeah, TBC Kara is real nice. I wouldn't say, yeah, definitely. I think, you know, I can see that both Solgroup and Ankerai 20-man will be, you know, fortuitous for us, because it'll be that much easier to be sure that we can rally enough people for it. You know, and once TBC comes out and we basically have some things that are even accessible with 10-man, like Karazhan, and later on with Suleiman, will also be super good. And maybe just having the main raids be requiring only 25 also will at least give more opportunities for us to be able to manage. But yeah, I think, you know, there's a lot of these different raids that they managed to make a lot of raids that felt different. Atmosphere, all that, you know, raid encounters, mechanics, things like that. I think that was, you know, that's something that I really enjoyed. So I think it's gonna be super good to see that and do that. So yeah, that's gonna be. Oh yeah, do we need? I can't even remember. Do we need the? No, we don't need the blood yet because I have the quest. Yeah. Yeah. Be careful of the patrol. Is that a thing? I didn't know that was a thing. Report bad pet name. I've never noticed that before. Can I report my own pet? Nope. Discrimination. Report bad pet name. Well, okay, fair enough. You know, it's the easiest way to make sure that you cater to the masses and that there's nobody who feels nobody feels, disregarded. Bad pet name. All right, now we stay here. Oh, bad positioning. I had to move. I do not find that to my liking. Somebody actually expects me to move. Damn you people. There we go. So the summon boss kind of reminds you of the one from Black Temple, right? He's sort of located in the same type of area where you have the small enclosed space where he like spawns. What's his name? What's his face? He's like one of the last bosses. It's like a pure DPS check. You just stack in close and just zerg him. Name escapes me. Success. Let's do the boss. Better get some mana. Alrighty. Time for the summon boss. Let's see here. Blood of Innocence. Alrighty. There we go. There he is. Kirtonos lets out a shrill cry. Okay, he went far before landing. What is my pet doing? Nothing. No path is available. Sometimes, man, these pets not worth the trouble. They're not worth their weight in gold. Can I fucking attack? Pet. Fucking just sleeping? He's completely stoned. We lost him. He's a goner. Man. I hadn't even noticed that the gate closed. Nope. No boots yet. Too easy. Too easy. He's completely wasted. Completely uncooperative. That's for sure. Disappointment is real. All this crap. I do need to see about cleaning out my bags at some point. Really do need to try to clean out some of the quest items as well, but little by little, hopefully. Too many different open-ended quests at the moment that all have materials. LBRS, LBRS. Yeah. Okay, let's pull them back a bit here. There we go. Hopefully we can manage to stack them up pretty. Hey, grats. One level to go. That's nice. All of a sudden, it's within reach. You know, you can see the finish line. It's a good feeling. It's a good feeling knowing that you're just about ready to start the actual content, right? Or maybe just the next leg. So now you finished the easy part. You completed the leveling. Hey, the more the merrier. Ouch. Okay, that was a bit too soon. Bad positioning, come on. So let's see. Well, there's quite a ways to go still, right? In terms of Origin Dawn reputation. Of course, we haven't done anything specifically to farm it either. So done the quests in WPL, EPL, things like that. Gathering up all the Scourge stones for later. But you know, there's no rush yet. There's no the attunement requirements for Nax. no, that don't make sense to specifically pursue yet. So doesn't really mean a whole lot at this point. That can be for another day. Oh, we got a pack from the rear. There we go. Oh, we pulled. That's. I think we should have LOS outside, out of the room. A lot incoming. Oh, might be a bit tough. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. That was unfortunate in so many ways. And that's kicking your ass, or getting your ass kicked. Well, thankfully we had a soulstone at this point in time. That's nice, you know. So thank you. All right, we live to fight another day. All right, see if we can get our pet back. Stone form. Shoulders. Painbringer of stamina. It does look like it would cause some pain, that's for sure. Painbringer of stamina. Alrighty. Revenge. Time for revenge upon the mobs that have wronged us. We shall have our revenge. Hey, what was that? Pet level? go. All right. We're working our way through that. Why is my weak auras not updating properly? It failed to register the fact that I didn't have my True Shot aura active. I'll have to look into that. Bugging out. Watch out for the patrol. No need. Found it. It's all reputation. Yeah, there's a D in the corner, yeah. Good LOS pull. There we go. Nice. Heroes belt. The belt of heroes. We made it to the deed. Okay, so let's see here. One mob downstairs. Go. It's going smoothly, at least the run. I mean, last time I was here, we were struggling quite a bit more. You know, we were making decent progress, and we did end up clearing, but it did feel like, you know, it was a bit more tricky sometimes. Ooh. Excuse me. A bit more tricky sometimes getting through some of the packs. So the sensation of things going smoothly is just, you know, it's nice. It's a nice feeling that it's controlled. I keep forgetting about these. These are the so annoying ones. Sort of just like, why won't you die already? Okay. Progress is being made. Places to go, people see. It actually takes quite a long time to clear out this room, right? Because they effectively like double spawn. Right, you kill them once, you kill them twice. Ugh. Oh, I should be sitting up straight. I'm sort of relaxing too much in my seat. Bad attitude. Check behind, make sure there's not too close to another pack. Level up some skill, weapon skill. There we go. Welcome to the channel. So where previously you saw the exciting adventures of Nature Program, in which we ventured underseas with Jacques Cousteau. Now it's a session on skilling up weapons. Martial artists take on the subterranean part of Scholomance, looking to level up his two-handed axe, swinging left and right. Sit through an exciting 6 hours of weapon skills, one proc at a time. Or, you know, completely lose your mind watching a random dude with nothing better to do trying to level up his weapon skill. $200 XP and then 60. Nice. That's cool. So Orcanium should be just about to level up to 60. Good for him. Samael just leveled to 59, so we probably won't get it while we're here. Alright, let's go. Places to go, people to see. Pew pew pew. Come on. It's like a, you know, it's like a zoo in here. You know, we're stocked up on animals. Even the pet might hit 61 when it's gold. Yep. Cool. Come on. Can't stand around here all day, can we? Well, we probably could, but do we want to? Maybe that's more the question. What did you do with your time? Okay. I'm wondering if it is because I have not activated debuffs for friendly targets. Let's see here, target. Debuffs, no, should be enabled. We're probably waiting on something I missed. Hmm. Okay, 1 second here. Pictures. All right. Old Horns is feeling the lack of love for the level 50 class quest being an enhancement shaman. Not really anything worth his time when he has the unstoppable force already. Poor guy. There's definitely some specializations, right, that are lacking love at this point in content. Definitely. That will have to come later. I'm curious as to why it is that I cannot see what should be the case, you know. Yeah. Alrighty. We are waiting. We are waiting for things to kick off so we can get back on track. It's a long wait, that's for sure.
Öppna dörren! Ja. Tjena, tjena. Det måste guida ut den här personen. Jag kan inte se den.
Turn that shit off.
पहला सवाल
No fucking hell. Leave this shit alone. Stop it. Some goddamn sound starting just because you open a tab on something. Drives you crazy. Alright, I think I might go grab a quick bio break while we're waiting here anyway. Stick around, I'll be right back. Hello there, sports fans. We are back again. How's it going? Alrighty. We're good to go. Let's light the tires and kick the fires. Hey, congrats, man. He did say it was only 200 XP he was missing. Cool. Congrats. That's awesome. Should I be alarmed by the fact that the Warlock who just dinged 60 has the same amount of HP that I do? Okay, fairly decked out for his level, all things considered, but yeah. Envious. Being a lonely hunter. Poor poorly decked out, miserable hunter. No, of course, if I didn't spend all my time just chasing nature footage, tracking the wildlife in the Jara, maybe I would be better off. Priorities. It's my priorities that are wrong, completely off. I'm running around trying to be another Steve Irwin instead of getting my ducks in order and getting my gear sorted. Anywho, we're in Skolo, finishing up a quest line. Gerdonos. I was hoping to get a drop for my pre-best boots. They didn't drop, so I figure we'll be back here again later at some point. Maybe not today, but fairly soon. So we can get that sorted. Still have a few select pieces missing. Headpiece, back, boots, ring being the, and weapon being the main ones. So yeah. What was that? Just under half, maybe? But on the other hand, it gives you an incentive to keep coming back so you can enjoy the content over and over and over. Similar to doing the new class quest, farming up wave thrashers in Ashara. Something to do, places to go, people to see. Alrighty. Well, a lot of people online right now. There's been a few. I was about to say mornings. It's not really morning anymore. It's noon, but still, there's been some days where the amount of people online at this point has been significantly lower. So it's always interesting to see. Okay, wherein is the difference? What causes of us to all of a sudden have one day of the week where there's a significant representation at this hour and other times there's not, It's always curious to figure out if there's like something you can conclude based on your data, right? Can you find a trend? Is there something that will explain as to why there's such a difference? Anywho, come on. I could do Strat as well, right? There are a couple of alternatives still to what I have, right, in terms of the cloak. It's just I haven't been fortunate enough to get any of them yet. So there's still ample opportunity for upgrades. I guess that's like the main takeaway from it, which, you know, fair enough. It just means that you're not locked into only pursuing one specific dungeon repeatedly. You know, there's still, if something happens to drop someplace else, you can still benefit from it. My wife just sent over a picture from lunch at work. I'll see if I can flip it up on screen. That's an amazing piece of meat. That's a big ass shank right there. I guess meat's on the table tonight, boys. I could get through that right now. It seems as if we're kind of at an impasse right now. We're managing to get through this. This run is looking to be a bit of a struggle. Fair enough, you know, sometimes work just gets in the way. Kind of hard to avoid, really is. Yeah. Shit happens, man. Shit happens. I have a few seconds here to mess around with some things. So let's see here. I'm just tweaking things. I'm sorry for that. It's just messing around with trying to see if I could do something to ouch. See if we can save this. See if we can recover. Poor tank. It's always the tank Stein, isn't it? The gratitude, right? They stand at the forefront, trying to absorb all the tough blows from the rest of us, and they are the ones to die on top of that. So, you know, thank you for your service. Thanks for your consideration. Thank you for keeping us safe. Hey, you know, death is on me. No charge. It's tough being alive, right? It's tough being alive. All right, we're back. We're back, people. We're going places. Ouch. Run away, little girl, run away. There we go. Wraith plate leggings. Decent. Not really my style, but still. Is it tragic that this is actually an upgrade? That's horrible. True story. True story. I'm gonna put it on. Did I put on the wrong one? No. I simply got two of them. Just one was stamina, the other was Aggie. Let's see if we can. Understandable that you had to go. It did take a long time, so fair enough, We pulled the pet. I can't get far enough away to get within shooting distance. That's tragic. Okay, let's see. Not really. Yep, we do need a sub in for the run. Just send me a whisper. I'll get you sorted. The more the merrier, and always a guildie where possible. Old hatreds, the colonization of Kalimdor. Kil'jaeden and the Shadow Pact. We have some good books here. Awesome sauce. Great that you could show up on short notice. Yeah, we can. Let's continue while Timo starts moving here. Yeah. We'll start clearing the trash. Might as well. See if I can. Nope. Yeah. Not to worry. If nothing else, you know, we're good at dying by now. We got that shit down. There's a significant difference, right, in the sensation you have when doing a dungeon. Sometimes it feels like it's, you know, easy breezy, goes quickly. Other times, you know, end up in a situation like this. You know, fair enough. It is what it is. Then there's nothing wrong with it. I don't care. But there is this difference sometimes in how effective it goes, right, and how it feels. You find yourself in a situation where it's just, it stretches on. Let's make it by the right one. Here we go. At least, you know, we're not gonna have problems with melee stacking on top of each other, or too many melee characters that just, you know, end up standing in the same slime puddle. Auto crit 686. How demonic? Yeah, sounds about right. Pet gonna make it? Nope. My half a second delay in starting the mend pet ability was cutting it too close. Pet died. Your pet died, and will hate you for not even paying attention. Poor pet. Cool. Pet is hanging in there by a thread, like at the very edge of its claws. Alrighty. Get our skinning on. More skinning. Yeah, yeah. There's the whole consideration of making sure that you notice that the mobs you're targeting are actually on this level. Yeah, you can easily. It's less of an issue now, I feel, than it was in back in the day. But the whole is it the three consideration for like 3-dimensional, where's the positioning of the mobs you're actually focusing on. So you don't all of a sudden click this one down here, which is downstairs, and then just sack your pet. On the other hand, you know, I guess it's an easy way to pull everything from down under without actually going there. Send the pet in, have it run through, then come back up. Everything's been gathered up, nice and smooth. But at the same time, you know, what are you looking at? You're not quite sure what you're going to be dealing with in a second. Just every single mob downstairs just comes at once. Need to clear the whole basement for the champion. So, oof, yeah, fair enough. That's what we gotta do. Oh, okay, so we don't have to. It's not up here. We have to clear. It's downstairs. The undeads. Well, hey, healthy dragon scale. Ding, ding, ding. What is this? This is not something I remember, but coolio. What does that do? Oh, healthy dragon scale. I guess working conditions in Scholomance are tough, right? So the majority of the mobs working here are apparently, we can conclude, unhealthy. So, you know, that's of course a shame for them. You know, maybe they should unionize. Might be a thing. You know, tough times. Unhealthy work conditions. That's a thing, you know, be mindful of that. And unhealthy comes to play in a lot of ways, right? It can easily be a thing as well, just whether it's due to your manager, or, you know, something as practical as excuse me, or as impractical as like lighting or heating, you know. Bad work conditions is definitely a thing, that's for sure. We just expanded to yet another floor in the office building we're in at work, and that's where I'm located now. And the first few days after we got the new space, the heating wasn't functioning properly because the entire floor had been vacated for such an extended period of time that they hadn't, you know, it hadn't been on, and all of a sudden they had to turn it back on, and it took a few days like for everything to heat up properly and get the water circulating, all these things. So it was cold. It was so cold for the first few days. I mean, and that you can talk about you know, unhealthy work environment. When you sit still the majority of the day, and it just, you know, slowly creeps into your bones, the cold, it's tough. It's a long day. You really don't feel well by the time the day's over. So yeah, that was tough getting through. There was definitely a few times also where I was like, okay, yeah, I should just head home and finish working from home instead, because this, you know, was just unbearable. Thankfully, it's solved by now, but. So we need to clear out the whole thing. Did I get it off in time? Yes, I did. Oh yeah, I managed to turn that off again. I'll have to turn that back on. Oh yeah, no, that wasn't a... that was a... but... So unit frames, but that was the debuff. I removed the filter for the... But that was just a priority. The weird thing was that it wasn't showing. Tanks get low. Mob, of course, is taking a bit longer to die as well. Where's the pet that's dead as well? It's gonna be toughy. Quite a lot of HP left to go. I'm fairly certain this is gonna be an impossible one. Die safe. Kinda... Oh well, at least Soulstone's back up again. That's nice. So Orcanium, before he left, dropped a fresh one. That's our gain, our benefit. Don't mind us, we're just lying around. Wrong pit again. Well, at least it's 52 now. Alrighty. So, let's see. So... Get my pet back up. See if I can get my pet back up. Feels like my pet's had a bad day at the office so far. Unhealthy work conditions, right? We're back to that one. Pet struggles real? Yeah. Boss time. Rattle cage buckler. You know, it sounds cool, right? The main thing is it looks a bit puny, right? You know, it's doesn't really give off a level of like impressiveness, right? The scaling visually of some of the weapons and some of the armor, shields, doesn't quite kick off until TBC does it. You know, they're just a little bit lacking. You know, you want them big ass weapons, big ass shields. If you know the Bulwark of Azimuth, the shield, the very square shield with all the spikes that you get from Black Temple, you know, that comes off seeming intimidating, right? That's something you want to carry around. Has some punch to it. This, not quite as much. Okay, so we're clearing out the rest for the Chamois quest. Hey, we got a rhyme going here. I'm gonna bust a rhyme in your ass. Nope, not really. One-time thing. I'm not even sure I could rhyme even if I tried. Keep him up, keep him up. Oh, fucking... That's my bad, sorry. I didn't believe the, We lost the healer. It's not good. Heal yourself. I did not expect the multi-shot to spread that wide. I don't feel that it usually does, and of course it did. Awesome sauce. For some reason, I've been clicking need on these. I'm not even sure I need them, so why am I doing that? Well, good save. At least we have some capable people in our midst. With me not being one of them right now, apparently. Thank you. I think my pet has basically spent more time dead than alive today, hasn't it? Alrighty. Let's go. I'm getting hungry. Past lunchtime by now. Starting to feel a gnawing hole in my stomach. See if we can't wrap this up. Get out of here. Hey, Yana. If you want to have a laugh, trade Darkpool, aka Zenithia, Rugged Leather, and look in the party chat. Yes, I remember you mentioned that the other day. I haven't gotten around to doing it yet. I'll have to try that at some point just to see what happens. You talked about it, some of all your fancy work with the automated messages. Same as when you log on. Alrighty, so now I figure that the chamois, or if you trade me Runecloth, works as well. Okay, same message. Okay, let's see what happens. Drop a frost trap instead. 300 different messages with random chance to appear. Okay, wow, that's a lot. Well, you know, I figured that gives up a lot of opportunities at least to see some different interactions. That's cool. You know, I can appreciate the small incentives to do something to break up the monotony. Alright, come on, let's get this show on the road. There we go. Oh, this seems to ring a bell of some kind. Yeah. It's basically a pickup line, right? Want to come home and see my funny messages? You know, it might be, you know, want to come home and see my stamp collection. Guess right now this is a good enough quest thing to have multiple range characters, right? Because you can stand in opposite corners and basically just kite the mobs slowly from one corner to the other. See, we managed to drop a new one, and then. I wonder how many waves we're going to go through. There's pets and mobs everywhere, just all over the place. One of those situations where having a fair amount of regen is helpful, right? Especially if you're unfortunate enough not to be able to get out of combat, then you know you just want to avoid being stuck in it for so long, you know, an extended amount of time. There is, of course, also an opportunity to actually try to, let's say, be mindful of how much you simply push your buttons, but you know that's not a thing. You know, no, who does that? Rationing out your resources, nah. We don't use that. Okay, those were a bit more frisky. Let's hope they go down quicker. Nope, they don't because they're elites. I did not notice that until just now. You know, there's an opportunity here to basically try and focus on the same one, but no, we don't use that either. See if we could, like, maybe... Can we try to focus on one? Not really working. We gave it our best shot. This is they're fairly quick actually, huh? Okay, one down. Next to go. Run in a big circle. Slow totem. Yeah. Oh, no, he went down. They hit quite hard as well. Ouch. Oh, okay. I was not paying enough attention. I thought I had it. Long quest, that's for sure. Wrong building. That was a long stretch, the last one. Especially because they're so resilient. We can't even say that we live to tell the tale. No. We tried and we failed. The hardest part actually is the fact that you're not able to drop new traps while you're in combat. You know, that gets added later because the option of being able to drop like multiple traps in succession would have been helpful. Is there a respawn? Yeah, there's a patrol. Wait. Can we skirt the edge? We put a mark on it. Good. Yeah, okay. It's bugged out. The gate is closed. The gate is closed. Was not meant to be easy. It appears it is not. Come on, come on. So this right now is looking to be something just touching on the longest Scholomance run ever in history. It could be that we make it. Could be that we beat the timer just barely. You know, at least we had fun doing it, right? It took forever. So welcome to the marathon. So today has been an interesting day, right? We started off bright and early, 8:30, with nature program, you know, fishing with Steve Irvin here on the channel. We went to Azara. We killed a lot of 2/3-headed monsters for the class quests. We went scouting for the legendary mammoth shark, which only patrols the Asharan waters. Nope. Fuck my life. That was a horrible miss-aim by me. Really shitty. And then we went on to pursue the legendary summon boss in Scholomance. And we effectively got inside an hour and a half ago. And we haven't even started down the stairs yet towards the last part of the instance. So could be that we get there So yeah, if you're just tuning in, welcome to the world's longest Scholomance. When regular Scholomance just becomes boring, you need to spice it up. See if we can get the pet back off. If I 30 minutes ago voiced that I thought my pet had spent more time dead than alive, I think we can conclude now that if there was any uncertainty before, there is no longer. Can confirm pet has been more dead than alive for the past hour and a half. Miserable times to be alive, right? Tough times, tough going. Don't stand in the poison. Worthy piece of advice for anybody. One second, it's just resin. Here we go. Oh look, pet was dead again. Wonder what happened. We last time I was here, there was somebody who needed the quest to kill Vectus, but nobody had done it before, at least not in recent times, so we weren't sure what happened. So we start the quest, and then all the mobs in the room aggro. Kind of surprising. We actually managed to kill it, but it was quite rough. I think we lost both DPS beside myself basically within the first 10 seconds. So we were three manning it, tank, healer, and myself. That was slow going, but we did it. I was sort of like, okay, we had no idea what was happening, but yep. You know, and that I think that's kind of fun actually. I like the fact that I don't necessarily remember all the encounters, so there's some degree of surprise and entertainment in it that you sometimes just have to either wing it or figure things out like as they unfold. You know, a lot of the things of course are fairly lax, right? Not a lot of them are very punishing, so got a runner. Seems like yeah, it's back here somewhere. It's over there. So we made it this far. Three, two, one. Let's go. Ouch. That's a hefty knockback, you know. Here's a guy who knows his class. Maybe he's even talented. Otherwise, you don't get a powerful knockback like that, that's for sure. Bam. Bam. So looks like, yeah, looked like some degree of caster gear. Well, if you're into frost, that's a thing, that's for sure. Frost trap, maybe. Frost trap spec. Is that an opportunity? Yeah. Oh, the gloves as well, yeah. Full frostspec. Frostspec hunter. You know, if the frost traps actually did damage, that would have been one thing, right? But the only traps that have damage are the fire ones. Would have been cool if there was some way in which it had an impact. Could have been funny. Yeah. I'll put mine over here somewhere. Yep. Okay, now if we're going that way, I'll put it further back the other way. 1 second, I'll put it over here instead, so we kite this way. See here, one there, one there, one there, one around here somewhere. At least that gives us an opportunity to have them slowed for the good first portion. Working as intended. It's cool. Whittling down a lot more than we sometimes have, so that it's working as it should. Hope the next one goes off any second now. There we go. Yeah. It's not bad, but it's definitely a lot better than it sometimes has been, that's for sure. Guess you could effectively have like feigned just to pop a new one if such were needed. I'm thinking we basically pulled all of them this time around. That's maybe also another thing, that sometimes we've pulled fairly small amounts. He's getting cocky. Starting to tank them. I'd say that was well executed. Smoothest I've done so far. I don't think I've actually been here once yet where we've actually had a mage or something. So all things considering, I'd say that was pretty well done. If I can man up before we do something else. Was that everybody? No, barely. Or not fully. Most of them maybe? One more round, okay. Standard recipe. Places everybody. Places and positions. Traps are down. Might as well get more mana while we wait. Just for the hell of it. Burn through it anyway, right? We're ready to go. I'd say this was a very, very decent level of execution. Looks like one of the very few items that really caters to Protection Paladin, huh? Or as a hunter, of course. You know, a hunter. Hunters, yeah, sure thing. So what is it we're doing now? We're doing these. So we are successfully engaging in what will go down in history as the longest Scholomance run ever. We are 1 hour 54 minutes in. We are not even at the boss. We're basically just starting the whole area downstairs here. But thankfully, we're in the company of good people. And apart from one guy who had to leave and go to work, you know, we've been at it for over an hour with the current group composition, and chipping away slowly but surely. Fun times. That guy's blind and deaf. Yeah, his sense of what's going on around him is definitely not big perception-wise. Ouch. Should I have paid more attention to my mana pool and probably done something to drink up? Probably. Did I do so? No, not really. I guess this will be predominantly an auto shot kill. What? Ouch! How could I manage to pull with a with such a low damage output? Okay, no, I really wasn't paying enough attention. I hadn't even noticed that Dark Bull went down. Yeah. Okay, threat drop. Yeah, again, but I wasn't. I didn't. Definitely wasn't paying enough attention. Completely my own fault. That's for sure. Pet has it. Pet didn't have it. Anywho, we go again. I guess you can't. Got some learning to do as a healer. Nah. We don't mind. Shit happens, you die. You corpse run. You die again. World first scholar run? I'm not sure it's like world first. I think, you know, I'm sticking with my probably world's longest. World's longest, yeah. I think so. For now, I'm still inclined to believe it will be the longest scholar run ever. Maybe there's like a category for race to world last. If you guys know anything about cycling, back in the day, 50 years ago in, well, maybe not quite 50, but in the Tour de France, there was apart from the 3 predominant colored jerseys, you know, there was actually a 4th one, which was black, which was for last place. So the last guy in the classment who hadn't been forfeit due to okay, I have no idea what I'm doing here. The guy who was in last place but who hadn't been booted due to the running out of time on the individual like legs of the race. The problem was they ended up in a position where you had something like top 25 were competing for first place, of course, because it was prestige in winning. But then you ended up having sometimes nearly 50 guys who were competing for the black jersey, because there was still there was still some degree of like advertisement and a publicity stunt in then being last but carrying the jersey. But the problem was they basically ended up having more people competing for last place than for first place. You know, kind of detrimental to the whole purpose of the tour, right? So they had to ditch that at some point. But you know, it's an interesting to think that you basically end up developing a concept that ends up shifting the focus for majority of the attendees, right? Unintentionally, of course, but still. Okay, so we're back. We're going again. We'll need to farm BRD for the better one, and I thought I was done. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, so I guess we try again. This time, I guess I'll actually pay attention. Why is my weak aura not bugging out? Why is it not? It should be showing on screen that I don't have the True Shot aura up. It didn't do it this time, didn't do it last time. Ouch. It's unfair that he does an aggro drop when the cooldown on your Feint is so long that you can't effectively queue it up each time. I'll be half decked out as a paladin tank before I'm done here, right? I mean, it's one thing I actually want to level up a paladin tank, but we don't really have it available yet, so, you know, can't really fix it at this point in time. The game is perhaps taunting me, like, you know. Are you pulling them out, or? Not really. So we have all the traps, but you're not really using them. There we go. That was close. Just managed to get it off. Ouch. Get a bit of distance, see if we can knock up a couple of shots. The problem is when the only damage that they're susceptible to is magic damage, and you have one shot on a 6-second cooldown. Takes quite a while to get through. It's actually better to remember to sting him. You use a Serpent Sting, because that's nature damage that does affect him as well. I just forgot that until just now. So write that down, kids. And we need to prepare as well. Of course, we are unlucky, that's for sure. So let's see, what are we looking at? Done. What's left in here? Still any ads left? Yeah, some. Instructor militia. All right, well, we'll see. We are awaiting repair, and then we can pick it up and proceed. All right, so we're only missing what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bosses. 6 bosses. Is that it? 3 downstairs plus the one that spawns in the middle. 4 plus this one, 5. So should only be 5 bosses left. Only. We got respawn and entrance of okay. Don't die anymore. We can try that. Could also be. Is that actually yeah, so volley is also arcane damage, so you know that does help a bit as well. Only it's a 1 minute CD, so kinda hard to utilize often. Yeah. I hope you pull them back, otherwise it's kinda as redundant. Took a bit long to actually utilize the traps. Yeah, we should have pulled them through the traps to begin with, at least, just because it would have saved some hassle. Just mostly for ourselves, right? We did not. You live and you learn. So we might as well. It's easier to funnel them out onto the platform out here. So we might as well put the traps here so we can pull them back, trigger the traps, start whittling away. Get some mana. Shit show mob type, right? So punishing if you don't have the exact combination of damage output. I mean, you don't want to show up with a group of 5 or with like 4 warriors or rogues, do you? Cadaverous leggings. Cadaverous indeed. Okay. Well, at least we're, you know, we're moving in towards some mobs that, or some bosses that have at least a smaller amount of ads guarding them. So hopefully we can get somewhere a bit quicker. If I was getting to the place where I was hungry an hour ago, I sure as hell am. Even more so now. Skin of Shadow. If you think about the amount of people that they you know, employed at Blizzard when the game was being developed, you know, you basically just sat a group of people down in a room and went, you need to come up with names for like 10,000 items of all different manner, you know, come up with names that are catchy or that are in some way unique or epic sounding, you know, whatever gets the job done, you know. It must have been a long assessment of things to come to sort of work through. You know, what can we come up with? What can we come up with by now that we haven't used at least once before? You know. You know, you get through some of the cool ones, and then at some point on you run out of the cool ones, and you have to still come up with something else. And you're like, yeah, well, we can maybe do like that. Those are actually the ones I'm still missing for my for my PvP gear. No. No. I'm asking politely, and if he doesn't, you know, if he's not up for giving them over, then, you know, fair enough. But if you don't ask, you never get them. I keep forgetting if it's not a thing that you're able to trade it still. So much conflicting expansions that sort of muddle up what I remember is from where in terms of swappability. No, not happening. Yeah. No. See if we can pop off a couple of yeah, I wanted to tag a mob. I'll put another one here then. Let's see, okay. I had actually completely forgotten that the boots dropped here. If I had remembered, I could have at least like given notice ahead of the time that I really wanted them. Again, another incentive to have to come back yet once more. Hammer of the Vesper, one-handed mace. Oh, it looks nasty. Looks nasty in a cool way. Intimidating. Yeah, there's a deed here for those who need a deed. Okay, so we're actually just about through. Way 2 hours 17 minutes in. Gold per hour. Definitely not worth it. Definitely not worth it. Oh. So anywho, at least we're nearing the end. The end is near, not necessarily in a bad way, but troublesome. It's harder for me to look more shady, but it almost does, right? So, the Ravenian. I should probably watch my thread a little bit more since my Feign Death is still on cooldown for another 15 seconds. Worst part is, getting ready to pop Feign Death again and then you notice that it's not at all available. He wins with a need roll of 1. You don't need more than that, right? One's enough. Okay, so where is he? Oh, I tried to pop it. Why didn't? Oh, I clicked the wrong button. Good thing it works in close range. Shrink. Oh, CD on that. Pop my disengage. Oh, come on. Heroic? No. Oh, I missed it. I was hoping to leap off. Wow, there we go. Motherfuckers. No, I'm kidding. Damn you. I had forgotten that I had also forgotten that this dropped here, so I guess there's even more incentive to come back. Gonna Hearthstone out. So 2 hours 23 minutes. I am going to gather up my shit. And I'm going to jump off the stream for now, I think. Get some lunch. Maybe clock a little bit more time in game afterwards. But I think I'm going to call it for now. It's been a pleasurable 5 hours. They went by quickly. Very quickly all of a sudden. So, record time. It's a record of some kind, right? Is it a good record or a bad record? We can always leave that undecided for now. Yeah, thanks for the run. As always, it was a pleasure. You know, it's always a pleasure, regardless of how it goes. I don't mind the wipes. I don't mind the time spent. So, you know, it's entertainment. It's engagement. So, there's nothing. You know, time spent. Having fun. Doesn't matter what you do. But thank you for now. Thanks for today. I think I'll be back for showcasing something on when if we do the raid on Sunday. And otherwise I'll be back next week. So take care. Thanks for now. Have a great weekend if I don't see ya. Cheers.